Where? Oh, there it is. All right, party people. Hello. Right, there's that. There's that. There's that. It's just there's that. There's that. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Rune space. As of today, I don't know if it's the exact time because I don't care. As of today, this officially marks the... I said 5. The 5-year anniversary of this channel's live streaming career. Woo! Applause! 5 years! Still doing the same shit. Just slightly better production. Only slightly better production. And the same chat as usual. If any of you remember, none of you remember, because I didn't have an audience back then. I think on that original first live stream 5 years ago, it was just me, my sister behind me in a bungee chair. I think I was in the same room. No, I was in my other room, because this was my room. My office and bedroom have flip-flopped over the years. I was in the other room. My sister was reading the book Dark Life, while I struggled to design my own version of the Hydra in honor of Mermaid. I forgot to tag that. Fuck! Alright, hold on. I'm gonna tag that. I forgot. It's technically Mermaid. It is the 1st of May. We're not doing werecats or web... Ooh, let's not erase that. It is Mermaid 2025. I forgot. Which is funny that my first live stream ever on YouTube was in honor of Mermaid, because I hate mermaids. And that's no secret to the channel. We've made videos on the topic before where we talked about Mermaid and whatnot, and we made our own version. My sister and I, we did Monster May. That's probably not happening this year, because May... It's May. Showed up out of nowhere. I don't know what happened to the month of April. I honestly don't know what happened. It's gone. I need to change my calendars all over the house. I need to flip calendars. I need to change my schedule notebook. Paper ASMR. Because April is officially done and gone. We are in the May. Paperclip is being snarky. This Sunday, very important day. It is May the 4th. This Sunday is May 4th. And I'm not going to do anything online for it. I'll probably make a post about how awesome Star Wars is. I could probably make a whole video talking about Star Wars, being a lifelong fan of the franchise ever since I could remember. Like, the first movie I remember ever watching was Jurassic Park. However, the first movie I remember, like, cognitively remember watching for the first time is Star Wars. I don't remember which one. It was probably Phantom Menace, because that one was, like, awesome. But all the other Star Warses, they were the coolest things ever. However, we're not talking about Star Wars. We're talking about Mermaid. We're talking about Hydras. And I've hoped that I would just be chatting here for a while, talking about the history of the channel. But I don't have a just chatting window prepared because yesterday, I don't know what happened yesterday that made that whole day go to shit. But hey, I had fun, I think. I just spilled coffee on myself. Awesome. Yep, that's coffee. All down my shirt. It's alright. It's not a white shirt, so we're good. I actually didn't have any plans. Like, last night I was thinking, oh, I'll just redesign it again. But then when the day comes and the morning arrives, I'm like, I don't want to get out of bed. But yet I am here strumming away in spite of it all. This is a 5-year tradition. Sometimes, you know, there have been streams where I just don't show up at all. Because I was just in a shitty mood. I think I have a folder started. No, I don't. So we're starting from scratch. Which I swore I'd never do, yet here we are. Going to copy, paste. We are going to actually do, get things done today. At least I hope we do. Because 5 years is a long time to commit to anything. Okay, I'm gonna hide. Oh, I can't hide that window. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. I was hoping to hide the view counter because it's stressing me out. Five years of streaming, and I'm still a nervous wreck. It's awesome. I love it here. So, enough yapping out of the way. I'm not going to fully redesign this Hydra because I still really like this design. However, I have considered adding it, in honor of Mermaid, adding it to my space pirate story as a... I haven't decided if it's going to be an either a mythical beast or a I don't want to say non-mythical. What's the word I'm looking for? I guess I'll just say common beast. Because in my story, I have Hippocampy, which I have also designed on this channel for, I think I mixed Mermaid and Unicorn one year. Fish Horse. That's the live stream on this channel. It was Fish Horse. And again, I think it was for Mermaid or Unicorn, I don't remember. Where I just decided, hey, I'll just merge the two because I can't be bothered. And then I designed my own version of the Hippocampy, which was also a collab with my sister. So for the Hydra, I haven't decided if it's going to be a common beast or a mythical beast because of its original lore. The Hydra was the only one of its kind. It was... Alright, in the original story, it lived in a swamp. It was serpentine. I think that's how you say serpentine. And it had 9 heads. It was a 9-headed swamp snake in the original myth. And a lot of people, when they designed the Hydra, I mentioned this in the last live stream, which I haven't rewatched all the way through. But I do remember talking about how it kind of irked me that everyone was designing their version of the Hydra to look Levithian? How do you spell, like, as of or likened to a Leviathan? Is it Levithian? Leviticus? I don't know. It was, yeah, supposed to be, you know, they draw like this giant sea serpent dragon thing in the ocean, but the Hydra wasn't that big, and it lived in a swamp. It was a swamp snake that had 9 heads, so it could have been like a snake king, you know, where all the tails are tied together like a rat king. It could have been that, and then they made a story about it, or this was just mythology and they said, fuck it. Because what's scarier than one snake that's highly venomous? 9! I had references. I will not be showing my browser window because every time I try to open it while streaming, my whole thing crashes. So you're just gonna have to hashtag trust me when I'm getting up. You know what? Here we go. I'm getting references. So hold the phone. Animals. Snake. Why can't I just copy image? Oh, I gotta click on it, that's why. Huh. That was the wrong button. There we go. We're getting some water snakes. Now, in the original, I kind of based it more off of... I just drew a serpentine-like face. I wanted to design it off of a golden sea snake, because those are one of my favorite kinds of snakes. However, the face ended up not looking like that at all. So we make do. Additionally, when I was thinking about redesigning this, and by thinking about, I mean all of 10 minutes of last night, before I went to bed, I thought of designing this little guy. I'm on the wrong layer. To look like an actual snake, a water snake from Greece, because I think that's where it was. It's probably also Italy, but who knows. However, when I looked up water snakes in Greece, they only had 2, which was like the grass snake and the, what was it called? The dice snake. And neither of those are venomous, like at all. And the garbage is here. I knew I probably should have waited for the garbage guys to come and then start live streaming, but sometimes those guys don't come till like 3 o'clock, and it's very annoying. So we're just gonna have to ignore all the loud noises. The thing with snakes is they're so damn hard to draw because they got all the little, you know, they got scales everywhere, all over their body, and it's just, you're such a diva. You don't need that much detail in your character design. Yet they insist. They insist upon themselves. Now look at this. Look at this. obscene amount of detail that they expect us artists to uphold when it comes to these snakes. And they don't have arms. They don't have to worry about the artistic expression of capturing their visage. No. They don't have to think about the other person. All they think about is being little danger shoelaces. Being little danger noodles. That's all they care about. Anyway, so... God, ADHD. This is why I can't stream and draw and talk at the same time. This is... it does not work. So for this time around, I decided... I was going to try it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I was gonna try making it look like a water moccasin. Which, when I tried to look up water moccasin, first of all, I couldn't figure out how the fuck to spell moccasin, because I don't speak Native American. And then I found out a water moccasin is just a cottonmouth. A cottonmouth viper. I had no idea. Well, maybe I did know. I just kind of forgot that they're one and the same. Stop yawning. And I also had to look it up. Why are they called cottonmouths? Well, it's because their mouth is white. I was like, oh, okay, that's a little basic, but why are they also called water moccasins? It's because they float and their insides are white like a moccasin. Okay. Sometimes things have the coolest names for the dumbest reasons. God, look at all this detail, this stupid snake. The thing is, I don't hate mermaids, per se. I just, growing up, all I heard about was mermaids and unicorns, and the Little Mermaid was everywhere, and I didn't like the Little Mermaid. And solely because it just wasn't my thing. It just wasn't my thing. It's just a movie I didn't like. Same with Bambi. Just wasn't my thing. Okay, I think that's a good start. Because if you want to base something off of an animal, one good way to go about doing that is to, and this is basic bitch advice, sketch over an actual drawing, or not a natural drawing, an actual photo, that's what I meant. Sketch over an actual photo. Up the opacity a little bit. Of the animal, so then when you add your fantastical elements, you can pick which attributes more accurately to exaggerate. Now, since vipers got their teeth tucked in these little flesh pouches, we're not going to see much of this little guy's teeth. I should say fangs because non-venomous snakes have teeth. Maybe venomous snakes have teeth as well, it's just they're most famous for the two fangs. I'm not sure. My dumbass forgot to make an announcement. You know, that's what I probably should have done. It's like, hey, this Thursday, big announcement. Not really a big announcement, but like, big news. 5-year anniversary. Woo! Come celebrate. But that's just my own stupidity. Where is his... Okay, so this guy comes up like this. Yeah? I'm streaming.
Yeah, no, so I think she's got a scab on her paw, but I can't see it because she keeps putting her face in the way. I wanted to make sure it wasn't anything, like, could get infected, but listen, she wouldn't stay still for me.
I think it's just pitch.
Oh, okay. I'm getting all into tree, being silly.
One of our cats might have had a probable boo-boo, so we had to check it out.
Yeah, she was too wiggly.
One reason why I chose the Cottonmouth as well to use this reference for this version of the Hydra, at least, is because it does this coil thing when it's, like, showing off. It just, that... Or it's just, like, showing off that it has fangs. Please don't bite me. Don't fight me. Don't make me bite you. Because most venomous snakes don't want to pick a fight. They honestly don't. They'd prefer not to. Good lord, this thing looks like bubble wrap. This photo's also blurry as hell. So yeah, when they do this coil thing, oh my god, so spaced out. When they do this coil thing, I thought it'd be cool to have the Hydra kind of do that as like the defense mechanism, but with 9 heads. So I thought it looked like a bouquet of nastiness. Because I already have, in air quotes, elemental guardians in my pirate story in the form of dragons, even though they're also citizens. They had that reputation for a while, but over the years, people have been kind of disillusioned by dragons and think they're just there. They're still special and cool because they got, like, resources and whatnot, but since dragons have started, you know, more integrating themselves into polite society, in the loosest of air quotes, and shifted down is a term that I've been calling it when they use a smaller form instead of being their full size. They're travel-sized companions. People are like, oh yeah, I know dragons. Be like, oh my god, did you hear there's a dragon In the town? Yeah, he's at the bar having a drink. He's kind of cool. His name's Bill. No, that's not their names. They still have extravagant names. But okay, anyway, since I still I have the air quote elemental guardians in the form of the dragons, I don't think I'm gonna keep my own lore as the Hydra being a water spirit. Because if I do make it a common beast, can I even see what that is? Okay, I'm gonna continue this. Them being a water spirit wouldn't make a whole lot of sense if they were a common beast. A water-based creature, most definitely. But like a legit spirit? I'm not sure about that. If you look at the designs of these snake scales, like the way they're lined up, they almost don't even look real. But that's because we've referenced snake scales for a lot of designs, because it is a pretty good pattern to have. Gracious. I appreciate 100% the Staleys of the furry community, because how the balls do you draw these little guys? Like, I'm not a reptilian person. Like, I'm not a reptilian person. I am not a lizard man. I am not like I'm not like a reptile person when it comes to like being a pet owner. I have a leopard gecko now. I mean, not now, but I have a leopard gecko. But like my favorite kinds of pets, of course, are like canines and felines, because like, hey, who doesn't like dogs? There are some people who don't like dogs and they worry me. Now, if you have trauma with a dog, then it's like, you know what? That's okay. If you got trauma with a dog because, like, some asshole neighbor didn't discipline their dog properly and it attacked you and whatnot and ripped your hair out, I understand why you would have trauma with that. But if you're like, I'm sorry, I'm very specifically thinking of this one video. If you're a mailman or a delivery driver and you're afraid of dogs, what are you doing, man? You're a delivery driver. You're going to run into dogs, especially being a delivery driver in America. Everybody has a dog. Like, every other household has a dog. Not every house. Some people prefer cats, which is fine. But I can't stand that level of emotional neglect. So I say with a joke, oh, my current cat's just such a sweetie, and I love her, but my goodness. She can be so clingy sometimes. I keep pushing in my chair to get closer to the screen, but then I keep pushing on my tablet, so it just keeps moving further away from me. Alright, yep, I'm gonna say that's good enough. Okay, I'm gonna merge these two down as the same layer. And then... I'm going to keep this double layer thing. Okay, let's make notes on what I'm going to keep. I absolutely love this. The second upper jaw, the eel mouth. I love that to death. I am keeping that. That is so freaking cool. And it's a separate jaw. I don't know if it's a full second, like, jaw. I can draw. Hold up. Like the eel has. Or if it's more like what Mosasaur probably had. I referenced more Mosasaur because they have a jaw, and this is proof by fossil record, and they had a secondary upper jaw that moved independently. It wasn't fused, Jurassic World. The Mosasaur second upper jaw was not fused to the skull. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. But they did say it would make sense for it to, like, move separately. To, like, they would bite and then it would pull the food into the throat. Now, some snakes have 2 layers of teeth. Snakes do. But for a mosasaur, I don't think it was fused like some snakes. Now, if your snakebite looks like this, it's non-venomous. If your snakebite looks like that, it's venomous. And quick little guide for people. Poison is ingested, venom is injected. So when people say, are snakes poisonous? No. Snakes are not poisonous. Some are venomous. Know the difference. Know your toxicity so you can point it out in other people. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep these dealy things. Solely because I have a... I guess it's called like the it's a UN. I've called it Avalon, which is like this sacred holy place, I should say, maybe, in my story. I'm gonna make a video about it soon. Stay tuned for that. Hello already-ish, hello. 5-year anniversary of streaming, let's go. Oh, I forgot. I need to thank whoever it was in your chat that gave me that gifted sub, because this is the 5th time it's happened to me. Someone gifted me a sub when I was no longer as soon as I sign off, someone gifts me a sub, and I hate it, but I appreciate it. Anyway, these little dealy hoffers, I mostly kept as like a display thing that, like, this flap that could move up and down. Like, normally it'd be laying against the head, but when they, like, display, it'd be like, it'd point up. That's in the original concept. For this one, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep specifically this formation, because this symbol is sort of the symbol of Avalon, which is where, like, all the leaders and it's basically Space Pirate UN. I made my own version of Babylon 5, but I said, okay, let's take Babylon 5 and Treasure Planet and say, let's have kids. So I'm not sure about this. I'm gonna make that blue, because I'm not sure about it. I could make it different. I also kind of want to keep the claws, even though there's really no reason for it. Now, this is where, like, some important decisions must be made. Are we going the mythical beast route or the common beast route? Because if it's a common beast, that means we can have multiple types. That's a bad T. Multiple types. And have, like, different species of snake that I reference for the little guys. However, if it's a mythical beast, we could still do that, but it's not going to be as widespread, and it's going to be, like, very rare to the point where people almost don't even believe it exists. Like in my story, Cosmic Castaways, there's the Phoenix. That is a mythical creature. Most people don't even believe it exists. Some haven't even heard of the Phoenix, while there are a few that swear they saw it. See, now, if we're going to go the mythical route for the Hydra, which means I'm going to make this bitching cool-ass design, and it's never going to show up. Like, hardly ever in this series. Because I do plan it to be a TV show. It's going to be a long-ass hard TV show to write. And to animate. All of the designs are, like, crazy detailed. I'm sorry, future production team that works on Cosmic Castaways. Working title. It's not gonna be fun. The tiny arms are cute. I know, I love the tiny arms. The reason why I gave them the tiny arms instead of the tiny legs is because I really like the Disney's Hercules Hydra. Now, that wasn't really much of a snake. It had its own little, like... This is bad. You know, its own face like this. But the Hydra was cool. For some reason, as a kid, I loved the Hydra of Disney's Hercules. That was like, I watched the entire movie just for the Hydra scene. I remember that very vividly. Because I thought it was so cool. And it had, I don't think it had arms, but it definitely had, like, little feetsies. They said about the has-been designs. I think you're good. Yeah, I don't know. But the has-been designs, the has-been hotel designs, those, well, that's a different topic. About the design elements. I am trying to make each element of their design actually mean something. And this isn't really serpentine, but I still thought it looked cool. And this is just from memory. I don't know if it actually looked like this. What does it actually look like? Because this is just what I remember. And did it have claws? Because there was that scene where where, like, the hand was moving. Was it a hand, or was it like a little foot hand that it grabbed Hercules in? Because it was... You know, let me recreate that very impressive scene in 30 seconds. And there was, like, big old rocks on top of it. And then there was, like, a sunbeam coming down. Oh, this was pure cinema. I bet this is exactly what the thumbnail looked like for this scene. This is pure cinema. You know, I'm gonna keep this. I gotta move this up somewhere else. Let's keep it on the same layer. So, What I could do, because Avalon, in its backstory, I don't know if this is a spoiler, but this series isn't going to be made for like another 30 years or so I'm just going to like, our little secret. The place of Avalon is a floating island in space, a la Asgard. I don't think I have a picture of it in my files. Let me look real fast. I don't think I do. Messengers, Beast, Pirates, Avalon. No, I just have the... Oh, shit. I don't have it on me. But it's like this giant floating island in space. And it's cool. Hello, Dodgo. Talking about my Space Pirate series, and it's got a lighthouse on it. It's got mountains and a lake. This is like the main mound. And it's got little rocks that you can dock by. There we go. The secret of Avalon. Shush, nobody tell. Avalon was a mighty beast once. It was an animal that died in some sort of heroic sacrifice. I haven't quite fleshed out exactly how it came to be, but it was like this giant cosmic war that when it ended, all of the species eventually decided to come together in harmony and set up their final, like, that the beacon of unity and hope would be the final resting place of this magnificent creature that sacrificed its life to save everyone. I don't know if that is gonna stay, so I don't mind saying because it might change. But if this is a mighty creature, and this is the symbol of Avalon, and this has that symbol or crest on its head, does that mean the Hydra is a mythical beast and it was a part of or came from Avalon? But then there's like the water motif, and it's because in the original lore of the Hydra, and I am harping on the original lore of the Hydra because no one talks about it. The Hydra was specifically, I think, if I remember correctly, the Hydra was specifically created by Hera to kill Heracles. And also there's something about a crab in there, which was really fucking funny. Like, Heracles and his cousin boy lover, look it up, are fighting the Hydra, and they're like, ah! And then there's this little crab that comes by. This little crab, that Hera sends a crab to assist the Hydra, and it's just a regular crab. And it's just going at his heels, at Heracles' heels while he's trying to kill it. So then Hercules just stomped on it. The crab died, and Hera felt bad about it and put it in the stars, and now that's how we got the constellation of Cancer for the Zodiac. So if you're a Cancer sign, you're a useless crab sent by the gods to torment some hero for whatever reasons. Just annoying. So, with this in mind, I think it would be very funny for me to design a Hydra and a little crab creature that have a symbiotic relationship. Like tarantulas and that frog. Like, they have a very symbiotic relationship. Oh, if anyone's scared of snakes, I guess, snake trigger warning, I'm gonna have pictures of snakes. Apologies. I love mythology. Hello, Waffles! The Sen. So if that is the case, then why where is the Hydra in the story? If the Hydra came from Avalon, or at least is a descendant of the original Beast of Avalon, where is it now and why isn't it there? Because Avalon has also a lot of other secrets. Now, I don't know if this is gonna happen, but I really want it to, just for one cool, like, Halloween episode. I want to add gargoyles to the world of Cosmic Castaways, but the catch is, they're like weeping angels. So think gargoyles and weeping angels fused together. I don't know if they're malicious, they probably are, or maybe they think they're malicious and it turns out the gargoyles are actually guardians from evil spirits, but they look the way they do. I haven't decided. Because a lot of the running gag, really, with Cosmic Castaways is that it really is just a cash bag of all of my miscellaneous ideas that didn't fit in any of my other stories, so I'm adding it to here. If I do this, it's gonna look more like that other snake rather than just a cottonmouth. But I think that's okay, as long as it looks like snake-esque. That's fine, but the point of it actually looking like a cottonmouth is very important. I just wanted to give it a little extra eye decals because look at this. And look at that. Like, the drama alone that can be achieved with just giving it a little extra eyeliner. Guess what? I went to a restaurant and the food was really good. A veggie burger with cheese, chips, and a barbecue sauce on the side. Well, that's because it's American. No, hamburger's Germany. It looks like you just had an American hamburger. Oh, yeah. You're still in London, right? Good luck finding any good food. I hear the McDonald's in every other country is really good, except in America. Can't wait to see the final design when done. That might not be achieved this stream, so don't hold your breath. So I'm tying my hair up, just getting me. It's getting annoying. Hang on, let me bring up the other designs I made, because I drew this guy again for last year's Mermay, which we made Monster May. Mythical beasts. This was one of my prompts was Hydra and How to Train Your Dragon. So I wrote a page of what looked like from the Book of Dragons, and I thought it was really funny. See, if they start out like this, which looks like little tadpoles, which I really like, then they have arms that they use to, like, skitter around and whatnot. And then when they get older, their arms don't stay proportionate, perhaps? Chocolate sprinkles on bread for breakfast. Hey, man. It's not exactly what you eat, it's how it's prepared. Or what the exact, yeah, it's not what you eat, it's what's in it. Like, having chocolate for breakfast would be a good idea if it was, like, actual cocoa from Mexico. If you're having a Hershey bar for breakfast, that's unhealthy. It's got high fructose corn syrup bullshit in it that's gonna kill you in the long run, which is why everyone says, oh, why are Americans so fat? It's because we put high fructose corn syrup and all this artificial dyes and artificial flavoring bullshit in our food, and it's slowly killing us. Not even slowly. Within, like, 20 years of eating this crap, you'll be in terrible health. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't like McDonald's either. I just hear it's good in other countries. So if we get this little guy... And let me bring up the other art I drew of him, because I thought it was really cool. This was my banner on Reddit for a long time. Some American candy's banned in Europe. I know! Which shows just how a lot of the reason why it's banned in America is because a lot of the ingredients we use are illegal to use in Europe because it's so bad for you. Like, America is literally given the bio-waste table scraps of other countries. Like, the olive oil we get in America is the, like, reject batch garbage that Italy won't even look at because it's so bad. It's so plain and watery and just not real olive oil. And yet America will allow all that bullshit to be in our candies, yet we won't allow Kinder Egg surprises. Eh? And I've seen those Kinder Egg surprises. They're like this big. You can't see on my hands. They're like... Alright, here's your hand. The Kinder Egg surprises are like this big. And they got like a custard cream filling with like a little toy inside and the plastic and whatnot. That's why it's called the surprise. And they were banning it in America because apparently, and I quote, children were choking on the toy. How the fuck are children choking on a toy that is the size of this in my adult hand? Like, to a child, that's the size of their face. How are they choking on that? Are they like gobblers over there? I don't know, man. I don't know. I've never seen a Kinder Egg surprise. I've seen Kinder in America. I've never had any. But, you know, I hear about this bullshit. I'm just, what the frick is going on? You know what's annoying? That's like the best hand I've drawn. Anyway. Back to the game. Just give it a little test here. I'm going to draw this little guy. But I'm going to give him a few teeth here. The fang pouch that comes up. Because when, like, a snake goes, "Bleh," with its fangs, like, their face is back here, and then their fangs, like, shoot out like that. And there's, like, a huge old flap of skin there. Which is why, when their mouths are open like this, you're like, where's the fangs? Well, they're right here. They're just tucked in, so they don't actually nick themselves. And when they actually go to bite, it's, like, all the way out here. Their lips are back here. Snakes are awesome. So I'm gonna do pretty much the same thing for this one. However, I am gonna add the second upper jaw. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be the upper jaw and not an actual, second mouth. That would be cool, though. Can I stop yawning for, like, 2 seconds? Alright, where's your throat? Okay. So, like, its throat is down here. So if it's... I don't think its secondary throat has extra fangs. I mean, it doesn't have extra injectors. Because it doesn't need it. So I'm just gonna draw that. It, like, comes down and pulls back. There's so many cool things you can do with a snake-based design, because you can, especially if you go snake, instead of going dragon-based with your Hydra, I suggest going snake-based. Like the original lore said, it was a 9-headed serpent in a swamp. If you go snake-based, you can make it based off of, like, a spitting cobra, or like what I'm doing, like a water moccasin, which these snakes swim. Or you could make it like a constrictor. You know, the sky's the limit, man. I had an idea for a different kind of Hydra. Like, I was gonna make this whole, like, I don't know what it's called, but I was gonna, like, design my own different subspecies of Hydra. This one I called the King's Head, because it was going to be, like, it had the main head in the middle, but then it would sprout smaller but longer and faster heads that would protect the main head. And it had like this big crown on it and whatnot. So it only became a Hydra out of survival instincts. And then there was this one that I'm not sure what I was going for with this one. It kind of looks like serendipity if you look at it. So I had all sorts of ideas that ended up going nowhere. Story of my life, honestly. If I give it a little of that, it's gonna look more like a hog nose. Since it is a copperhead, and not one of the... What are these snakes called? The one with the, like, the horns over their eyes? Or is that just a frog? Or am I mixing them? What is it called? Oh, I'm genuinely curious now. What the hell is it called? I think that's my sister. She knows more about snakes than I do. She watches Snake Discovery. I think I am gonna keep. I'm gonna add on to this layer. And I'm gonna add on to this aspect of it, giving it more of like a frill around the eyes. But I don't know if that's a bad idea, because you don't really want to draw attention to your eyes if you're a ambush-based predator. Which I don't think this is an ambush-based predator because of the legend. It just kind of like went, rah! And Heracles and his cousin boy lover just went, oh crap! And then fucking died. And it was causing problems for people. Now, for my... where is it? Here it is. I did make it, whatever the water class is, I had to figure out how to draw that. I did make it more Leviathan class in my, How to Train Your Dragon redo. Man, coffee is just not doing it today, guys. We need backup. But I don't have very much monster left. Damn. Oh well. It's a cool idea, Waffles. I'm gonna crack open this monster because apparently, coffee caffeine isn't affecting me anymore. Which is Bolshevik. How many grams of caffeine are in this little guy? 160 per can. It ain't enough, baby. It ain't enough. I'm so glad I don't have a webcam, so that way you guys didn't... You guys don't have to see me absolutely chugging this energy drink for just watching, for just sitting and drawing. Not how I'm gonna exaggerate it, though. This would be something. See, this is why I don't, do concept streams anymore. But for the sake of the anniversary, I would revisit, you know, my roots of doing concept streams. Just for the sake of it. Just to prove why I don't do them anymore. But once I decided on the design, this was pretty much... It was pretty easy. Close that, so I got it here. I'm gonna put in blue, and I'm not sure about these guys. It could be one of those, not, what's the word? One of those childhood adaptations where they have it as a baby, but then when they grow older, they don't need it anymore, but it's still there. So they're just kind of useless. It's great if you have like an itchy neck. If you got like an itchy chest, you can just But other than that, I don't think their claws do much. I am gonna now that I said that, I'm gonna have to make a note here. Design crab like that's not how you spell companion. That's also not how you spell companion, but I know what I mean. Crab-like companion. Symbiotic relationship. Can you believe I wanted to be an English major before I even knew what that actually meant? Just to prove how dumb I am. Or was. I forgot to mute my mic. I'm sorry. Damn, and I missed the garbage can, too. Shit. Ugh. Ow. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. And never mind that noise you heard. It's just a beast under your bed, in your closet, in your head. It's alive. And tonight, grain of sand. It's alive. And tonight, take my hand off to Never Neverland. I should save this. Hold up. Save as Major Butterfly, Animation, Cosmic Castaways. What are we calling this guy? Let's just say the Hydra revamp. We'll go with that. I'm gonna look up real quick what my old live stream was. Gotta mute. That's for sure. Rune space live. Scroll down. Oh, actually, I could just say oldest. Yep. 5 years ago today. How long was this stream? 4 hours. Wow, I can barely do a 3-hour stream now. I think my first stream was like... That was insane. When was this mermaid video done? Was that also? No, that was in June. That was a year later in Junicorn. Wow. And then we started getting serious, sort of. Anyway. And if I just erase this. And then select. Make it bigger. And I angle it a little bit. Am I gonna keep this eye shape? Because it's very square. It's not very serpentine with the way it is, because I don't really design serpentine characters. Obviously. That's on the wrong layer. God damn it. I done did it again. Like my father and his father before him. Ooh. Wait a minute. Maybe not that per se, but if we do this. Give it the perpetual angry eye. Alright, now we can... There we go. Perpetual angry eyes. So cute. You know, there's no mythological reference to what these damn monsters ate. Like, what did the manticore even fucking eat? You know, all these venomous creatures in mythology would need to have quite a food source to keep up, you know, the energy reserves to, like, produce the venom. Which is why venomous snakes and venomous creatures try not to put up a fight, because it just takes too much energy that they could save for when they actually need it. Which is why, like, tarantulas do fuck all day. The venomous ones, anyway. cottonmouths are not aggressive, like, at all. They just kind of chill. But they're not cool with everybody. They're more likely to run away and then do this little display. Like, please leave me alone. I don't want to fight. Because I'll win. Eventually. Ooh, I like that. Ooh. Who is she? So that means it would either need to have quite the food source and energy reserves to even bother with fighting. And that's with the Hydra and the Manticore, because the Manticore had a scorpion tail, and scorpions don't like to put up much of a fight. They'll prefer to just run away. So that means, like, yeah, what kind of energy reserves did a Manticore have to put up that much of a fight, consistently put up that much of a fight, and, you know, not worry about wasting energy? Now, we could just say, hey, it's mythology. They didn't really give a shit back then. They just thought it was cool. Because, like, if you read some of the accounts of the Hydra, not only is it venomous, it injects venom with its bite, it spews venom, and it breathes a toxic fiery gas. Like, it also breathes toxic gas, and I don't know if it actually breathed fire. Some people say it breathed fire. Like, if you watch Percy Jackson, that Hydra breathed fire. But no, that's not what it meant. It had a fiery, painful venom. Its venom made it feel like you were on fire. At least that was my understanding when I read the myth. I'm gonna give it that old snake sneer. I'm gonna give it a little viper head, because viper head, this is gonna look sus as hell. But vipers, the difference between vipers and snakes is vipers got that situation going, while most snakes are like, that's wrong. You know, they're like that. More rounded. Vipers got cheek. That looks really sus. There we go. Since it is based... And vipers just look cooler. Anyway, look at this. Look at that. Plated armor and whatnot. Pain in the ass to draw, but look at that. Some cool shit. And since it's a snake, I'm not going to give it gills since it's a swamp snake. Since living in brackish water, having gills is kind of a pain in the ass. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say it's still an air breather, but it's like an air breather a la catfish, where it just goes at the surface. Catfish are terrifying. Hang on, I need to check that. It's just, alright. Why do I have 10 plus notifications? Like, who's even... Someone liked the comment I made. Are we still live? Yes, we are. Okay. Phew. That has happened to me before. Am I gonna get more... let's see. This is an eastern copper snake, so that'll do. To never land. Oh, that's so annoying. Alright, hang on. Let me fix that, because every time I turn down the opacity on a piece, it adds the little checkerboard stuff behind it, and I can't fucking see what I'm drawing. Alright, there we go. Well, there am I on that one. There we go, now I can see. Alright, so it's got this little beady eye. Kind of squared off, but still triangular head. Little nose here. I think this is its mouth. I can't quite tell. But there's, yeah, that's its mouth, because there's its chin. Because snakes got some snakes have a very definitive chin. Like, they got a little thing there. And then they got all these little layered scales. See, I don't know how it does it, but it swims basically on top of the water. Just a beast under your bed, in your closet, in your head. Your closet, in your head. Exit light, and tonight, grain of sand. Exit light. And tonight, take my hand off to Neverland. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Go, oh. God, I love Metallica so much. They're my favorite rock band ever. I kind of got, like, sort of Python-esque. Actually, I don't think that's its second eye. I think that's just a little design, because... I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. I died before I wait. Pray to the Lord my soul to take. Pray to the Lord my soul to take. Say your prayers, little one. Don't forget my son to include everyone. I tuck you in, warm within, keep you free from sin till the Sandman comes. Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. I was thinking about it the other day, like what celebrity or yeah, I guess I should say celebrity. What celebrity would I actually be freaking out if I was in the same vicinity of them? Because a lot of my, like, if I saw anyone famous, I'm like, oh, that's that guy. Oh my. But I don't think I'd be like, oh my god, it's them. Oh my god, I want to ask for a picture, but I don't want to be awkward. I'm awkward, regardless. But I think there would be, like, I would cry if I was in the same room as them. That's, like, down to, like, 2 people that are still alive. Because here's the sad reality. A lot of the people I, like, really admire that were, like, famous people are all dead now. And I'm just, God. Anyway. I'm not as big of a Dolly Parton fan, but if I was in the same room as her, I'd be riding that high for weeks. Saying that I was in the same room as Dolly Parton. I can die happy now. But, like, if I ever saw Joan Jett in person, even if it was just in concert, I think I would cry. I'm drawing the scales here because, you know, like, snakes got, like, little lips. I'm not sure if I like it, though. Because if we look... I can't do this one-handed. I have to use both hands. If we look at this guy, I went very minimalistic on the details because I was mostly focused on just getting the base design and colors correct. Which I do still like. It's just to mesh with the other monsters, in air quotes, that are gonna be in this series. They kind of need to look... I don't know, because I say that, but then at the same time... Hang on, let me close these before anything crashes. Let me bring up some other references. Okay, let me go to Hydra Butterfly Animation, Cosmic Castaways. References? Yeah, references, species refs. Let's pull up the dragons. I haven't designed any full dragon forms yet, but these are what my dragons look like. She's technically only part dragon. I don't know what percentage. I don't think she's half dragon, but she is mostly dragon. She's got some other things in there. But these are what my dragons look like. This is my main dragon, Shimmermane. He's the sweetest good boy. I love him so much. See, and he looks more lion-esque. I definitely wanted to make him look more like a lion. More fluffy. More cuddly. Because that's his character. He's fluffy, cuddly. And then there's this guy. I don't have a name for him. I'm just been calling him Dragon because... lore. he's more scaly, more angled, and of course, yeah, black and red, oh, evil. But he's definitely not cuddly. Very sharp. Now, Rainwater, on the other hand, she's an anomaly. Or, not an anomaly, she's more of an enigma. Because she's not what the typical shifted down dragon looks like. She specifically chose to look less draconian and more like other people, which is why she has ears and like a smaller face and nose and tiny horns. She kind of looks more satyr-like. Now that she looks like a mix between a satyr and an elf. Or like a fairy or something like that. But she did that on purpose. And she's not quite popular with the other dragons. Now her, I can't remember, I think her name's Mara, I don't remember. She is draconian, but I think she has a Quim descent. You know, saying that, I called them a Quim because it's like aquarium. Because they're my version of the mermaids. But I think I might have to re-say that because finally saying it out loud on camera, I realized what that sounds like. And I'm not sure I want that. So, we're gonna put a pin in that. Oh my god, I just realized what that sounded like. For years I've been working on this series, this story, and I just now realized one of the main character species sounds like a derogatory slur against the female anatomy. God damn it! Drink. We drive ourselves to drink. I said last night, I don't need society to suffer as an artist. I suffer from my own dumbassery. Which is 100% true. Ugh. So, making it look more monstera isn't really necessary because a lot of my other, here, that word. They don't look very monstrous either, and this is just because I don't like drawing mermaids, but I wanted them to look more fish-like, and they use these enhanced gems to, be upright. For land travel. It's some sort of magic that I don't know if they created themselves, specifically to talk with other, land-based species. They're kinda not really. Here's the thing. The Aquim, or Aquims, I don't know. Every time I say it, it sounds worse. They're not very interested in trading with the other worlds because their world already has everything they need. So when they chose an ambassador to go to Avalon, they were like, you're now the ambassador representing our entire species. All right, here's a gem to stay on land. Let's go. Now, they don't mind trading when other peoples come to their world because they like hearing stories. They like hearing songs. They like, hearing stories and tales and whatnot, and they like dancing. They really like dancing. And when other land-based creatures started coming to their world, I shouldn't say creature, I should say races. When other land-based races started visiting their world, they eventually crafted the gem magic that those enchanted gems so that they could walk on land. I think I might do a twist on the Little Mermaid and add it to the lore. Like, because of her, her crystallized tears are now why we can walk on land without the pain of... They can walk on land without the the pain of the curse or whatnot. I'm not sure about that, but I could add it to their lore, because there are some, like, I'm pulling from mythology, I'm pulling from fairy tales, I'm pulling from modern literature, because in my latest video that's coming up, I'm designing a character that accidentally became kind of based on the White Rabbit from, I almost said Little Red Riding Hood, what the hell? The White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. I don't know if I'm going to keep that, because thematically it doesn't really make sense for his character. But it's just the way his design kind of looks and reads, so if his design is going to read a certain way, I either need to lean into it or counter it, and I'm not sure which way I want to go. So anyway, what the hell was I even talking about? Oh yeah, so this looks cool by itself, but once I design it, I'm probably going to re-simplify it again to match my general, very minimalistic style. I say minimalistic in air quotes because holy shit, look at that detail. That's just texture on the leather is this a corset or is it a pinafore? I always get pinafores and corsets mixed up. What is this? Anyway. I really want to show this guy's design. Like, I have this character. This is completely off topic. I have this character that is the most handsome man I've ever designed in my entire artistic career. And he has this beautiful wife, too. But I can't show any art that I have of them. I haven't even tried drawing art of him and his wife, or his lover, I don't know what they are, because it's a spoiler. And I'm dying, because if I show any art of this guy, I don't know, I feel like I'm so allergic to spoilers. I feel like if I show any indication that this character's a thing, even if I just, like, have a speed paint in the background, I feel like it's going to ruin the entire subplot I have going on, and it's going to I'm going to feel like shit. So if I do this, and if I can make it swirl, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a bouquet of snakes. Of danger noodles. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. That one. I'll be right back. Roll, we had something in the crock pot. Okay, I'm back from my life. Ugh, a pillow. I am once again so glad I don't have a face cam or anything of the like, because oh my god, I'd have to take a shower and get dressed and have put on some eyeliner and lipsticked to look semi-human for my shitty ass camera? Hell no! I can see why streamers have 3 monitors, though. That is something I can see, because I got my main monitor that I work on, which is an old 98. I got my secondary monitor, which is a large flat screen, where I put my extra references, and I see why having a 3rd monitor for chat would make sense, because I have my chat on my 2nd monitor, and I have to, like, turn my head just to read and check. So it's just in my peripheral. Alright, now we're gonna sketch on top of this. Or, no. What we about to do. I am gonna... I'm gonna delete these. What layer is that on? What notes? Where notes? Okay, I'm gonna delete. I'm gonna erase this since I already know. I'm gonna keep this bit because I generally don't know. But I'm gonna merge it down with this layer just to save some room. And then I'm gonna move these layers up here so I can reference back to them. I wouldn't post these as sketches because I did trace over an image, but they do look pretty cool, so I'm gonna keep them just so I can feel good about myself. Okay, I'm gonna make these small. Again, put them up here. I'm gonna put that there. And I'm gonna put this down here. You know, with the way these two faces look, this would be like the closed mouth animation. This would be the talking animation for like a PNG. Just... Ah! Ah! Silliness. So here's the thing. Snakes. Here's one thing that always confused me about the Hydra. How the hell does it move around? Because, like, is it like a cobra? Where you got... Because snakes move like this. Or if you're that one snake, you move like that. So does that mean the snakes are just going... You, with this whole... thing on top? With no, like... the heads aren't also individually slithering? Because that'd be a little inconvenient to do it like that. And then how are they swimming? Unless they all move in unison, which would kind of be very scary. Like, you got a Hydra swimming at you in unison. You're like seeing 9 heads bob back and forth. They're like walking in a side to side motion coming towards you. They'd be like the bad boys in the Detroit going, you know? We're the bad boys from the tough side of town. We are the cool patrol. Woo! We'll turn your life around. Those bullies are shit. Their ass is done for now. We're gonna show you how. So fucking listen, young fuck. You put your hands in the air and you jump off the ground. And then you take that funky butt and you shake it all around. Then jog in place and then crank it up to a prance. This is the Cool Patrol dance. Now put your hands in your pockets and take them right back out. Then spin around in a circle and make an animal sound. Then glide into the sprinkler like you're gonna water the plants. This is the Cool Patrol dance. Whee! I love that song so much. Why'd I start singing that again? I already forgot. Why'd I start singing that? That's too funny. Oh yeah, the bad boys from the tough side of town. We are the Cool Patrol. Woo! I love Markiplier had one singular line in that entire song, and it's the best line ever. It speaks to me on a spiritual level. That's his one line in that entire music video. The the song "Cool Patrol" by Ninja Sex Party, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and of course Dan Avidan are in that video. Markiplier has one singular line, and it is awesome. Jack has like 2 lines. That wasn't actually very helpful. It was just like an instructional dance. Okay. Hey guys, listen up. You put your hands in the... Oh god! He might actually be dead. Okay, instead of this crest shape, what I think I might do instead is give this guy, like, the eye thing. Maybe. Can you imagine a Hydra rattlesnake? Here's the thing that I would love to do in, like, a perfect universe, because I want my company to be named Hydra Butterfly. For no reason, other than it sounds cool. If I design this Hydra like an air quote open species, that means I could mix it with any snake on the planet and then make its own little thing, which is what I was doing with those other designs. I don't know where those are. Tavern Pirates. What am I looking for? Nothing. Okay, I'm just here. You know, since I started late, because I was just dragging my feet, if I stream for the same amount of time as I streamed my first live stream, as in 4 hours, or almost 4 hours. No, it was 4 hours. Yeah, I wouldn't be done. Really, I wouldn't be done with my live stream till 5 o'clock. And I'm not sure I want to do that, but I would get it done. Like, I am not allowed to end stream until I get some sort of design done. Okay, let's say that. Oh god, okay. Well, let's go. Let's go. I don't know how I feel about this shape. Even though, yes, this is a pretty good shape, it's more serpentine. I think in the original, in the Disney version, it had 2 tails as well. But every time I design a Hydra like this, I'll be fucked before I do 9 heads, but you know, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh my... oh my god! Let's make it 8, actually. No, it would be 9. Yep, okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. There you go. There we go. That's the Hydra. It's a fucking Monarchia. Oh, wait. No. Is it a Hanukkiah or a menorah? Because there's a difference with the number of candles, and I never remember which one it is, because I think a Hanukkiah has 4 on each side with the 1 in the middle. And then the menorah actually only has 3 on each side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't remember which one it is. I think the only way to have 9 heads on this motherfucker is if I design it like a menorah. So let's go. Let's design it like the menorah we have in... You know, I got a menorah right here. I could draw... You know what? Let's take a little break from drawing snake. Let's draw menorahs. I got a little mini menorah in my office. Let's draw that. Alright, so we got a watermelon. We got a watermelon shape. We got this guy. And 1, 2, 3, 4 little pots. This is it's a mini menorah, so it's... I keep saying menorah because that's what people know, like, people know what it is. Because if I just say a Hanukkiah, they're like, what's that? It's like, you know, for Hanukkah? The Hanukkiah for Hanukkah? But then you sound like an ass when you say it like that, which you do. So we're gonna add that. And then it's got this really not very intricate design, but it's just hard enough to make my brain go bleh. Because it goes up and then swirls back. And then it's got this guy here that comes... It doesn't quite go out that far, but since it's a drawing, we can exaggerate. Okay, so actually this base lines up with the second candle. So if we just... There we go. So yeah, that means this went out too far, so I can just move it. Shrink it, move it, because its center lines up with the Mogen David. There you go, there you go. Watch my eyes, don't look away. Okay, that's wrong, because then that candle... Hold up. Copy, paste, transform, bloop. No, they don't touch. They're not nearly that close, because they got the dude in the middle. Not a literal dude, but you know what I mean. And then we got that. To reference my actual little guy, I'm gonna move these more towards the center. I'm on the wrong layer. Because they're not quite that wide. There we go, that's better. I don't have a symmetry tool here, so it's not gonna look... What's the word? Symmetrical? Easiest way to draw Modron David, kids. Here you go. And Modron David means Star of David or Shield of David. You draw 2 triangles. Like so. And then we got a little dealy bob there, and then we fix it. Remind me again why I'm drawing a menorah? Or a Hanukkah, or whatever it's called. I have to ask my mom. I'm like, hey mom, which one is it? I can't remember. It's not more sass than that. There we go. I'm gonna keep that head there just so I know where to put the stupid thing. But I never touch. There we go. Worst joke I've ever spent. How long have we been at this? Okay, I'm gonna... erase. Oh yeah, that's what the joke was for. It literally is a honey. It literally... I mean, in the original myth it said 9 heads, so how else am I supposed to draw it? Instead of just going like a bunch of, like a handful of spaghetti. How else am I gonna draw a damn Hydra? Now, of course, I can add like a little bit of sass to it. That's why in the original sketch I only drew 4, because I think I tried to do at least 5, but I was like, hell nah. Nah, we ain't doing that. You know, to make it simple, I could draw it from the side, you know? Like what most people do. They draw, like, the thing, and then they do whew, you, you. And then they're like, ah! I mean, that's how it is on the original vase. It looks like a cornucopia. I mean, it literally does. It's that, like, it's that a thing, and it's that like that, and then you put an apple, and then you put a bunch of grapes, and then you put a... This is totally not the Fruit of the Loom. Oh, do you put bananas in a cornucopia? I don't remember. Okay, this is getting a little crowded. So what I'm gonna do is edit. I'm gonna make canvas size, and I'm gonna go up to woo. I hit my little menorah. Let's. Do you know what? You know, I'm just gonna put it back. So I don't want the cats knocking it over, even though it is metal. It doesn't say. I was looking at the bottom, I was like, you know, I would actually laugh my ass off if it said made in China at the bottom. But it didn't, so we're good. Shoopty. And then I'm gonna put this in a folder. That in the folder. That in the folder. That in the folder. And then we're gonna transform. Only slightly. We're gonna put that up there. Maybe make it a wee bit smaller. And now we got more room. We'll put the menorah up here too, because oh. That had no right being that as funny as I thought it was. So we're gonna... That would be one. If graven images were allowed, that would be the coolest fucking menorah ever. You'd have like the snake heads right here, and then like the candles would be coming out of the Hydra. That'd be so cool, but no. Graven images. Taboo. Full of abandoned houses and the lost architecture human can come up with. I've never heard of Cumbria. Do you mean Colombia? I don't know. I'm gonna try it from a different angle. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the bulb on the base like I do here, because it's not like this bulbous base and then the rest of the body. If I want it to be more sleek, like it wasn't a poor amalgamation, you see what I'm doing that's really tripping me up for this design is I'm making the necks and heads proportionate to the body, or at least semi-proportionate to the body. Which for a Hydra, you really don't want to do that. You kind of want their heads and necks spindly, so it can leave room for all the other heads that are automatically gonna... No, not automatically, ultimately gonna pop up. It's a region in England, also not Colombia. Okay, okay. Like, yeah. God, making a rattlesnake hydra sounds so awesome. Okay. Okay, I like this so far. But then we gotta put in all the heads. If I put in the little arms, that'd be really funny. That little, he's got little chicken arm. He's got little chicken wings. It has little chicken arms. I love it. I think I might just stick with 4 again. Because I don't think, in order to have 9 heads, you cut off 1 head, 2 more take its place. So that means it started with 1. You cut that off, now you get 2. You cut 1 off, maybe both of them off, now you have 4. And then you cut 1 off, and now you have 5. Like, did it already have 9 heads when Heracles started fighting it? Or did it have, And then you cut off 1, and now you have 8. No, you have 7. I can count. Okay, yeah, and then you cut off 1, and then you have 9. Okay, so that means it starts with 1, and then you cut off both, and then the 1... This should be done a lot faster. Okay, exponentially. If it starts with 1 head, you cut that off, and then you get 2. You cut both these heads off, now you got 4. Now, you couldn't cut off all their heads. No, you could, because then you get 8. But then you couldn't possibly get 9, because then if you cut... I just blew my own mind. Alright, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if we cut off 1 more, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can have an odd number of heads on a Hydra if it already has an even number and you only cut off 1. Because 2... But here's the thing, it says cut off 1 head, 2 more take its place. So that means if you cut off 1 and then 2 sprout, or do you cut off 1 and then 3 sprout, because this resprouted with 2 additional. I don't think it says, and I don't actually remember where it says cut off 1 head, 2 more take its place. Hell Hydra. Because it says like 2, it says 2 more take its place. I'm gonna write that out. Cut off 1, 2 more take its place. So does this mean actually 3 sprout or just 2? What are the logistics of this mythical creature? Solely designed to give Heracles a bad time. Oh, I can't forget to design a little crab friend. Now, I don't know if this little crab guy is gonna be like those feeder shrimp. Those cleaning shrimp. That would be really cute. Like, the Hydra has, like, it has crabs. And it's just a little group of crabs, or maybe just a singular crab. Maybe, like, a hermit crab that, like, follows it around and picks off its shedded skin. Or maybe it eats the heads. But I don't know. It's kind of harmless. But I feel like if I were to write the Hydra, I'd say the Hydra is non-aggressive. But if you kill its crab friend, oh, balls to the wall. All bets are off. It's coming for your ass. You killed its harmless crab friend. But the crab friend is gonna be very annoying, because it's just gonna be like, fuck your father, fuck your father, fuck your father. If you get that reference, you're a real one. That does not look like a crab. Alright, hang on. Let's actually make it look like a crab. How many legs does a crab have? Anyway. Just got this little guy, and it's got the little eyes. There we go. There we go. Now that's a little crab. Like, you don't kill its little crab friend, but the crab friend is constantly picking at your heels. And you're like, just get off! Ah, stupid crab. Woo! Prowler theme. Starts playing. Or the Doom music. You're like, why do I hear boss music? You pissed off a 9-headed Hydra. You killed its crab friend! Now, I could do the little thing, do 9. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4 in the back, 1 in the middle, 1, 2, 3. If I do it like they sprout from the sides. But that's difficult to illustrate. Huh. So I am Confucian. Two more. Not moan. Two more take its place. The real bitch of it is, there's no way, really, to really judge what an authentic recollection of the tale is, because there is none. There's like 50 different copies of each myth, all with their own authors, and they're like, no, this is the real one, no, this is the real one, this is the real one. It's like, none of it is real! And yet we're gonna start fistfights over what is real, but then I also get mad when people design their hydras off of dragons, and you're like, that's not how it really was, but it's not real! Well, oh my god, look who decided to show up. The Phoenix Enigma himself. Yes, what do we have here? A Rune-iversary. This is, to the day, the 5-year anniversary of live streams on this channel. Clap. I am hanging by a thread. Because I am losing my damn mind trying to remember and trying to decipher what the fuck this means. Cut off one head, 2 more take its place. 2 more. So as I was saying earlier, does that mean if you have the one head and then you cut it off and then two sprout? Or is it you cut off the one, it regenerates with two buddies? What is the math here? And I'm also trying to figure out, because I do want to give it 9 heads. I made a Menorah joke. I do want to give it 9 heads because in the original, again, like I was just saying, air quote, original lore, it said it was a 9-headed serpent that lived in a swamp. I'm also wondering if that even means it was like if we're going off of echidna logic, if you know, you know, with echidna logic, it would just be this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and that would count as a 9-headed thing? Or is it, you know, thing? Personally, I like this version because it's just cooler to have like all the different heads moving around and they're like having their own individual attacks instead of just a mass of going, "Argh!" These dumbass heads that don't do anything. So personally, I prefer the I'm just gonna call this the tree logic. I prefer the tree logic over the echidna logic. Let's not use that. Let's just erase that. If you know, you know. Oh yes, tree logic better. Yeah, tree logic is always better. Think tree. Alright, we're gonna... I'm gonna draw this on a different layer just so I can figure out how this works. Ooh, if I use the edge pen, it'll be a little bit easier. Here we go. Not the pink. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Middle one. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. One of the heads is obscured. This looks like a bunch of, what are those mushrooms? That they throw in a bunch of stir fry and salads and ramen. What are those mushrooms called? You know, that just a little bunch of white guys. And you know, that's what it looks like. It just looks like a bunch of mushrooms. Or, you know, is this Jeffy derpy like that? Is it a Jeff or a Kevin? Because there's a difference between having a... Yeah, is he a Jeff, a Kevin, or a Steve? Because there are different kinds of little derp guys. I wonder if they're all, like, independent? In a way that, like, since they are different heads, if they have different thoughts? Like Ghidorah? I also try to make the snake bases proportionate to the heads. Like a real snake. Like a little slippery snake. But that means... in order to fit all these motherfuckers, the head's gotta be really hecking small. Because that's not gonna fit 9. While I'm considering that, I will be drawing on its little chicken arms. Because I can't help myself. Because giving it little chicken legs just didn't make any sense. Like in the... As much as I keep bringing up the Disney's Hercules movie, because it's my favorite. Okay, it's not my favorite Disney movie, but of the forgotten classics, Hercules was my favorite. And it had little chicken legs that it was chasing Hercules on. It's like, that is so weird. That is, like, it was this. All of these heads. Hercules is here. Being a little guy, running for his life. And it was chasing him on little... literally... chicken legs. That is the derpiest thing I've ever seen in my life. That is just too funny. But Disney Hydra is cool. We love the Disney Hydra. So instead of giving it literally little chicken legs, I gave it chicken wings. Ooh, maybe it has flippers that have fingernails, like a walrus. Because why would it have little claws? As much as I like the little claws, these look too close to how I draw regular hands. So I'm not sure if I want to give it hands. Maybe if I give it little flippers. Like a sea turtle. There we go. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine if two hydras got in a fight? They'd just be slapping at each other with their little flippers. Actually, due to their more venomous nature, or the fact that they are venomous, they wouldn't actually fight physically. I think they would fight kind of like snakes, where they would just size each other up and like twist around each other and arm wrestle that way. Like, not actually hurting each other, but they're just like doing a little wrestling competition. But as I know, if even one of them nicks each other, they're gonna die. And no one wants to die. It'd be like a tangled mess like my hair in the morning. See, that's why I was thinking... Oh, I'd be thinking they'd do more of a slap fight. Like, they'd be like this. While all the heads are back here. It'd just be like, doing little slap fights. While all the heads are in the back going like, you know, like a cottonmouth, just going. Okay, I kind of like the sea turtle flippers, but I am gonna miss the little claws because I thought the claws were funny. Or maybe it's one of those things where when they're juveniles, or like little tadpoles, they start out with claws that they use to grip onto rocks and tree limbs and things and to scurry away. But then once they get bigger, they kind of fuse into these flippers. Like, we won't see any of this, really, in the show. Cosmic Castaways, but if I at least have this built into their design, people can go, oh, look at this, you know, soft world building, which is what I love. But then this kind of looks like a seal that I made, like a sea lion that I made a naga, which is not the vibe. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save the claw flippers. We're gonna put a pin in this. Because maybe that's the vibe. But I want to try something else. Like, okay, it's not this thing, and it's not this thing. What if I more closely referenced... What are those, because it's not a snake. They're called a legless lizard. I shit you not, that's what it's called. Yeah, look it up. Legless lizard. Legless lizard. Yep. Legless lizard is a common name for several lizard groups that have lost or reduced limbs to the point of being useless for movement. They're the silliest little things I ever did see. Because you look at them, it's like, that's a lizard. And then you zoom out, you're like, wait, that's a snake. But you look at its face, it's a lizard. It's a snake. It's a lizard. It's a snake. No, it's a legless lizard. Look at it. It's got little chicken arms. So I might do that, even though I was referencing... Wait, where's my... I was intending to reference the water moccasin / cottonmouth snake, because it is a water-based snake. It's a freshwater snake, and it is highly venomous. It is most famously venomous. Not quite like black mamba, but black mamba... I don't think black mambas swim. Oh my god, looking at this photo, hang on, let me pull it up and show you guys, because this is so funny. Legless lizard. Okay, come on, pop up. Look at that little chicken leg. Look at this adorable little creature. Look at this distinguished gentleman. You can tell it's a lizard, not a snake, because it has an ear hole. Snakes don't have ears. I mean, look at that. It's like, that's a lizard. And then you move over. Like, wait a minute. Look at that. Look at that. I want to paint its nails. There's other ones where it's like, Sir, did you forget to put on your limbs this morning? Because it literally looks like, if you look at its face, that's a lizard. Because lizards and snakes have definitively different snoots. Definitively. I don't know how to explain it without showing like a side-by-side picture. But snakes, particularly vipers, well, vipers and lizards have completely different head shapes. I mean, look at that. Very, you know, triangular. But for this little guy... mean, just... You know what's gonna be so freaking funny? If I look back on that original live stream, because this is the 5-year anniversary of my first live stream on the channel, as I said like 50 times already. If I look back on that original live stream and find out I've had these exact same conversations 5 years ago, I'll know I have run out of content. Because what? I'm still mad about the 1 head, 2 more. I still can't figure out how to draw 9. Disney's Hercules had the best Hydra design. And chicken legs. So it looks like it's got like a little... Okay, let's turn down the opacity slightly. Let's take some notes here. Let's take some notes. It looks like it's got like a little place for its arm to like sit back. And a lot of legless lizards do have a little this little pocket that looks like. So this guy has got a little... He's got a little arm with little claws. But you can tell he's a lizard. He's got an ear hole. And no discernible jawline. And I can't tell you where his mouth ends. Oh my god, look at these scales. Cute little beady eye. Okay, there's this little mouth there. And I think it goes all the way back to here. And then you got these little things, which is very similar to a snake, as we've seen. But, I mean, it's because they're both reptiles. Ah, that's not the right... There we go. That's better. So it's not the tiniest arm you ever did see. Okay. So in proportion to its body, the Hydra, if we are to reference the, yeah, the small handshake. He's a little, I'm imagining. If we take this, that to head shape ratio. So it would be... Hold on. Let's do some math here. In order for... If we're gonna keep the same proportions... Especially for this particular lizard, we would need to make the head that big in order for the arm to be even noticeable. Or we could say, fuck it, and just give him the arms he deserves. Little T-Rex arms. that are somehow muscular because I can't help myself. Oh, man, this guy's beefy arms. Oh my goodness. He looks like he's trying to ask you to prom. Like, he's the shy, like, he's the shy hand meme. I'm keeping that. I don't care if it's disproportionate. He's got the shy hands meme. My God, that is too funny. Alright, maybe I won't draw 9 heads, because that's just killing me. Sorry guys, we are not getting Menorah Snake. We're not getting, Menorah Hydra. I could have sworn it was also... The 9 one's the Hanakia, and then the 7 one's the Menorah. But I can't remember if it's that way or the other way around. And yes, I could just Google it. But I'm busy. Fuck it. You know what? We're doodling it. We're doodling the bunch in this one. Let's go. Alright. Menorah. How do you spell That is not how I thought it was spelled. M-E-N-O-R-A-H. Menorah versus. There are 50 different ways to spell the word Hanukkah, and it is so freaking funny. Hanukkah. The menorah is a general term used for a lampshade or candelabra, while the Hanukkah specifically refers to the... Aha! I was right! Ow. The Hanukkah, because of Hanukkah. The menorah, because candles. There we go. See? There is no reason for this day and age to be living in ignorance. There is no reason to be living in ignorance. You can just fucking look it up. Now, in order to fit all these guys, it would need to have its neck and head proportions like this. But that just looks weird. I don't know, maybe I could make it work. Mm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We don't talk about the pink one. We don't talk about the guy in the back. Save. I do like this a little bit better because this design made it look a little stiff. Like the body lacks the ability to coil because I also merged it with an eel. I remember in the original concept I took a golden sea snake and a moray eel as inspiration for the body to make it more water-based. But those are both sea creatures. This guy is freshwater, so we're gonna go more maybe cottonmouth territory. However, I would love to figure this out. Because cottonmouths do that thing where they coil up with just their head in the center and they just showing off their mouth and whatnot while coiled like that. I would love to figure this out for the Hydra. I just have trouble contemplating numbers over 5. You know? You know, if you read the book Watership Down, the author says rabbits can't count higher than 4. Or something like that, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, as a dumb bunny myself, I believe that. I can't count higher than 5. Like, I can't even contemplate having 10 of anything. Despite having like a million shirts. Oh my god. Wanted to try digital music again. Everything just sounds so generic and bad. While I pick up the guitar, I want to create a song. I'm not going to make folk songs for my videos. It wouldn't fit. What kind of guitar do you have, Waffles? Because it's probably not it's probably acoustic, I'm assuming, if you're talking about folk songs. You can make a, now I don't know how you would do this, but if it's an instrument, or if it's a sound, you can make a dubstep remix of it. And that, the internet just proves that. You've heard of Exotic Butters, right? Someone made a dubstep song just using the audio, Exotic Butters from Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. So if it's you could probably make a dubstep remix with a kazoo. I have a kazoo right now, right in front of me. I got a metal kazoo. My mom got it for my birthday. Like years ago. Okay, I'm gonna move. So if you want to get into more electric music, all you need is a thing that makes sound and an audio editor to add reverb or distortion. What you could also do is make a little tune of your guitar and then play that audio backwards. Add a reverb, put a beat under it, and then have it. And as long it's an electric song, as long as you have a there you go. Now you've got dubstep. Digital, very cheap free digital music software. Do you mind saying what software it is? Because I want to try to like futz around with like audio mixing and whatnot, and I'm not sure Movavi is the best way to go, because that's a video editor. If you wouldn't mind sharing with the class. Alright, no, that's good. It's the back here that needs to get more girth. Those are bugging me, so I'm just going to erase these guys. Even though they are funny. The thing with the Hydra is it also, if you do it wrong, it can look like the guy from Little Shop of Horrors. You know, the potted plant. Alright, let's make those back heads perhaps larger. We got the software. Oh, it's a shitty website named Beatbot. You can't even record an. Oh, the only options are to add reverb, distortions, and bit crush and whatnot. It's very limited. Hey, if you stack all that together and then mix it with, like, if you make the audio and then put it in a video editor, mix it, and then export it as audio only, there you go. It's a bitch and a half. But like, for the free option, you'll need to make this a multimedia event. Is what I do for my videos when I'm working on, like, just the voice recordings. I record my audio with my live streaming software with Prism, because I got a pretty good voice filter on it. And then I upload my audio into my video editor, Movavi, edit it as a video, export it as an audio, open new task, and then upload the audio, and then edit the video on top of it. So it's like 3 layers of editing, but it gets the job done. Fine. See, in the old ref, I added scar tissue along the base. Because I made it a thing where, like, if you cut off the head here, the whole neck falls off. It detaches at the neck. And then it resprouts from there. Because it seems like the grow back rate is pretty high. Because it doesn't take, like, 5 years for the thing to grow back. Obviously. However, that's just me, because I like to keep things tidy. I'm the butler, sir. And what do you do? I buttle, sir. And what does that mean? It means I am in charge of the kitchen and dining room. I keep everything tidy. If you know what that reference is from, bless you. If you don't know what that reference is from, I'll give you a chance to look it up. It's an old movie called Clue, based on the board game, and it has an all-star cast. It's got Tim Curry in it as Wadsworth, and oh my god, he deserved an Oscar for that performance. He deserved 3 Oscars for that performance. Oh my god, it's the basic plot of the game. Who did it, where, and with what. But it's a murder mystery comedy, and it's just called Clue. I'm pretty sure if you just type up Clue movie, it'll pop right up, but I don't know how that would work in other countries. If you type Clue, Clue the movie, the 1985 movie. There you go. That is such a funny, just outrageously funny murder mystery. It is just, oh my god. Whoever was in charge of the script, okay, the story by Jonathan Lynn, John Landis, and Anthony E. Pratt. Bless those 3 people. The script for that movie was airtight. And it was just hilarious. I'm not sure how much of it was ad-lib, but with the cast that they hired, I'm pretty sure all they had was a base script, and then just let the actors go. Because in this movie, you got lines like, life after death is as improbable as sex after marriage. It's like, it's just too funny. It's like, well, it's a matter of life after death. Now that he's dead, I have a life. Men should be like Kleenexes, strong, soft, and disposable. You lure men to their death like a spider with flies. Flies are where men are most vulnerable. That's right. Are you trying to make me look stupid in front of the other guests? You don't need any help from me, sir. That's right. Oh my god, that movie is so... that movie informed a good chunk of my sense of humor. Did my Discord go off? No, it didn't. Okay. Okay, as much as I like the flippers, I think it's gotta go. But I'm gonna keep it up here, just in case I change my mind. For this, though, we're gonna have to do some cleanup. Unfortunately, we have to get rid of all the memes. So we can... Okay. Do I need the manure? No, I'm gonna keep it because it's a funny joke. There we go. But what I will do, copy paste, erase, just so I don't get it lost. Oh, I deleted them photos. Alright, whatever. Okay, we don't need that anymore, but I could still use it. Alright. Alright. Here we go! It's trick to rock and rhyme, and do it on time, it's tricky! It's tricky, tricky, tricky! It's just my recital. I think it's very vital. Rock and rhyme and do it on time. It's trick, trick, trick. Here we go! Hmm. kind of do want to give it these extra ridges. Great. Now I just gotta do that 8 more times. 7 more times. I can count. Okay. I kind of like that more, because that's more reminiscent of actually my style. Like, if I give them a more rounded head, I don't know, it gives them a more, trusting appearance, because round apparently means cute. So if I round off its snoot a little bit, but then still give it its ridges. Because it's a Hydra, man. It has plenty to be pissed about. So if it's more like rounded with a squared off jaw, it'd be more like yay. But it's only a wee bit better. A wee. I don't know, it's that angry eyebrows. We love a schnick with angry eyebrows. It's a good schnick. Wow. This is where I'd hit the fast forward button. Wait, no, hold up. If I make this guy the actual back, I can make this guy a little skinny. So that the back is more connected to the spine. There we go. Now we don't have any tangents. There we go. That looks a lot better. Excuse me. Hello. 3 o'clock? I might actually have to skedaddle soon. Because I have chores. Now the window's open in that greenhouse. It should be okay. Watch, by the time I go in there, everything's dead. See, it's funny. Back here, that looks like a tangent. It's like, oh no, the nose is bleeding into the the mouth area. But then when you look at it up close, it's like they're not even. No, they're not. But then when you back up, it's like, yep, tangent. It's so weird. Since there's nothing in a Hydra's lore, per se, that specifically dictates each head is a clone of itself, we can excuse slight discrepancies and variations in the heads. Only 2 more. Oh, I'm stretching, then I get to experiment with color, which is the most fun part. And that's not sarcasm, that's genuine. The beauty of digital art. I could go forked tongue. Forked tongue. But in the... It's not here. Where is it? On the How to Train Your Dragon one. Alright, that's way over here. Mythical Beasts. Here we go. I didn't give it a forked tongue. I gave it a serrated tongue, which I do still like. But that's for this kind. This one is more... I don't know, less serpentine. But since it's a Hydra, I think it's funny if it has multiple barbs. Let's take the jaw, bottom jaw, open it up a little bit. All right. One last head. I think these snoots are a little too short in comparison to the other noses. They're more squared off. It's kind of got more of a cow nose with the way I've drawn it. Alright, let's fill in the rest of the body. And I got the Pink Panther soundtrack going through my head for whatever reason. Alright. Of the heads here, I like this one. So, ooh, that's the wrong button. Later, I'm gonna figure out how to fix all this. How to fix the heads to make them look more like this. Because this is very snake-like. It's less draconian, especially the way I draw my dragons. Very... I mean, they're less... My dragons are less snake-like and more, how do I draw? More crocodilian. But in the, in this sense. Although my favorite dragon is Draco from Dragonheart. Ugh, best dragon ever. Second favorite dragon is Maleficent's final form in the original Sleeping Beauty. Oh my goy. I love her. Save! Now we get to experiment with color. After I go to the bathroom. Hang on, let me just... Bathroom. As soon as after I let my cat in, I'll be right back. Baby girl. I'm back. Oh, what is it? Are you out of kitty food? I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that. I'm live streaming. Did you see? You see the live button? I can't do nothing. What do you want from me? I just found out I'm out and I'm soaking wet. If you know where that line was from, bless you. I do like this, but I'm not really thrilled anymore with how short these front heads are, so goodness. Okay, I like that a little bit more. So, I need to draw its little crab companion. If I don't let my cat out, she's just gonna... Wait, no, she's walking over there? Maybe she'll leave me alone? She's going in the bathroom. Okay. I don't know how it would make a more, mythical crab. But for now, I should add a star design on it. That'd be so cute. If I give it like a little patch on it that looked like stars. Because I had vampire crabs as pets one time, and they've got a little design on their back that looks like a little toothy smile. A little fanged smile. So that's why they were called vampire crabs. There. There's his little crab friend. Fuck your father, fuck your father. That's a very... I don't think that's a niche reference, but it's a reference not a lot of people younger than me might get. Now, being a swamp creature, being a snake, being a mythical beast that is also venomous, what color should we pick that isn't green? Because I swear to God, if I see one where it's, oh, this is a snake and it's green, it's like, literally, like, 1, 2... Like, 2 species of snake is actually green. 2! Yeah, she's gonna tear my room apart if I don't let her out. Hang on. Alright, you turd. Go on, get. Cats. What you gonna do? What can I? Now, people coloring crabs as red, that is fine, because there is this... I think... Ooh! I think there's more red species of crab than there is green species of snake, but I could be wrong. Now, I could make the little guy more, you know, inspired by a vampire crab, because vampire crabs are freshwater. Well, actually more brackish, but you know what I mean. They live... Oh my god, I can't even remember any of the facts I forced myself to memorize about vampire crabs. They were so cool. Now, snakes having more yellowish orange eyes. That's typical.
Should I keep the meat on keep warm? Because everything's done.
It's tender, it falls apart nice?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, keep warm?
Yeah.
Okay. I kept it on low, like, the entire time.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't gonna take long at all. I probably could have put it in at 12 and it would have been
It
fine.
would have been fine. Should I check the greenhouse?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I was gonna do it after stream, but then I kept streaming.
Yeah. To turn on the fan, is that little pull tab?
Yep.
that's there?
Just like a little ceiling fan.
Okay. I just had to make
The
sure.
window's already open, so you don't have
Yeah.
to worry about that.
But-
Just top off whatever you think needs water.
Okay.
I usually just give everything a sip,
Alright, yeah.
just so it lasts for the rest of the evening and the night.
When you're done, I just want to make sure it's not breaking.
Yeah. Probably do this, like, bracken design. I need to draw more texture on the main body. So that'll definitely help. By there we go. If I just add extra scales along the spine. Little diamond shapes, not a diamond back. But just enough to imply texture, so I don't kill myself drawing all the different scales. There we go. That's much better. I don't know if these are going to be the final colors. Probably not, but this is just enough to help me block out the areas. This really turned out. When you're a venomous water monster, but you're also really shy. Damn. I knew you were gonna be a problem. You. Specifically you. I knew you were gonna be a problem. There we are. Oh, fine. I mean, I do like the green, because green's my favorite color, and I do like the purple spots. Like the purple rings. Like the blue-ringed octopus. I added that. But for this specific kind of schnick... God, that actually looks so cool. I'm not sure how I'm going to design the heads, though. Because this is very tempting. Ooh, you know what'd be really cool? Instead, we give him like a false third eye. To confuse potential attackers. And this just looks cool. My dad's home. I think. What time is it? 3:30. He's home early if that is my dad.
Why don't you stop?
I gotta check that out. That's just technically. Alright, yeah, that was my dad. Just had to check. Maybe if I also ooh, I like that. All right, first let's do let's do these markings, and because those go on the bottom. Righty, now we take this, and then doop, 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 doop. Doesn't have to be exact. It gives each little guy his own personality. Look at that. Yeah. Now, the rest of the head looks a little plain, so that's the same color. If I add just a little bit of patches here and there, here and there. Oh, that was the wrong. There we go. Looks good. Some here. Perhaps even a bit there. There. So there are spots here. We're kind of referencing more leopard. Or is this leopard or jaguar? I don't remember. I keep doing that. Oh my. Oh, you are so pretty. Oh, that was Discord. Who's messaging me? Oh, that's just a VOD announcement. Okay. VOD for what? Wow. That's an old VOD. Alright, now let's organize the files. Not free transform. I'm gonna make Avalon just slightly bigger because I'm really proud of the sketch. This was from memory. Oi! Elias. Stop licking. We definitely went more red this route, but venomous snakes don't need to be flashy. I'm gonna make these a little bit bigger because they are really cool. I'm gonna say on the corner here. Gonna use a different pen. 20, 25. B. There we go. Well, I must say, oh, I forgot to style the arms. I don't think it matters. They stand out pretty much on their own. While a slow start, and definitely unplanned, I have learned nothing in these 5 years of streaming. I say that turned out pretty well. And I must say that is a worthy distraction. I still love the original design, and I might keep it for something else. Like, I'll keep this design separate for my own open species hydra thingy-majig. I don't know. But bring the concept into Cosmic Castaways, my space pirate story. So, 5 years. It's a long time. And the channel's come a long way. We surpassed 300 subscribers, which is awesome. We'll celebrate once we hit 500. Like, I'll have a full live stream celebration saying 500. And we'll cheer and whatnot. But until that day, if you like what you saw here, be sure to like and subscribe. If you want to support this channel and my other creative endeavors, I have a Ko-fi. As low as $1 will do. The best thing we can give each other is hope. I have a comic, a Warriors comic, nothing to do with hydras or mermaids. Sorry, not yet. That is also linked in the description on DeviantArt. New page is posted every Tuesday and Thursday. And next live stream, I think we'll be back to comics, which is going to be next Tuesday, which I also live stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, apparently. Next live stream, yes, again, we'll be back to business with comics and whatnot. This week, I don't think there's going to be a video because, guys, it's already Thursday and I got nothing, man. I got nothing. I'm in the middle of working on a video, so don't worry your little hearts. Now, it is 100% possible I could finish the art for that video tonight and do the recording, but I have to write the script still. I got notes, and the script is like the hardest part for me to do. The art and voice acting, her quotes, the voiceover isn't as hard. It's the damn script and editing that takes me 5 years. So, even if I finish it Friday, even if I, like, finish it Monday or something, it's not gonna be ready for tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So, we will be doing other things. Enjoy your May 2nd. It will be video free. Anyway. Yeah, this really turned out. I will post a little bit. I'll like screenshot this and post it on my posts, just so people can look at it, because this is nowhere near done. This is just a first draft of a redesign. But I do like it as is. Like, each head stands out from the other. They don't quite blend in with each other, even though I did copy paste some of the line art. Shh, don't tell anybody. And yeah, that's pretty much it. May 4th is a Sunday, so I won't be doing anything. May 5th is a Monday, so I'll be working on video stuff, Cinco de Mayo, if you celebrate Cinco de Mayo. I almost said Hatsumeak, but that's Hebrew. Anyway, before I make even a bigger fool of myself, I'm trying to sign off now. We finally surpassed 4 hours. Yay. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will meet again among the stars. Space out!